Hey, Mr. Terry, how are you? These are on.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone for showing up for tonight's City Council meeting. At this time, can we please have roll call, Ms. Bess?
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway. Here. Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton.
Here.
I know that Councilor Pelham and Mayor Bennett are on their way, so you have a quorum, you have 5.
Okay. Mr. Byerly, would you like to go ahead and start the discussion for the city budget?
Yes, I met with all the department heads today. The last meeting of the day was with Mr. Terry. I'm sorry, yes, with Mr. Terry, and he has the budget resolution, some notes he'd like to go over, so I'd ask him to step up and share that with us.
Okay. Mr. Terry?
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yes.
You got one for her.
No, Mr. Terry, Councilor Pelham needs one. The PDF is not going to follow this, right? Should I not fill it out? It is? Okay.
Good evening, Council. Michael Terry, Finance Director, presenting information on behalf of the acting and the city manager today, the fiscal year budget 2022-23. What we will cover first, we will go through responding to the questions or outstanding questions and comments. There were some things that were still what I call housekeeping issues that I wanted to make sure we went back through and covered. And then secondly, I will walk through the next phase. I will walk through the budget resolution and discuss that with you all. And then the third step would be, of course, discussion and dialogue, whatever comment or commentary that you as council would like to make. And then fourth would be voting for the budget, for the operating and the capital. So first, I'd like to start out with the section that's titled Mayor Bennett, the blue section. And Mayor Bennett asked the question. She wanted to make sure from a good governmental standpoint and a good accountability standpoint that there be a vote done based on information that we could provide on the other related costs to the salaries that you as council approved for the mid-year raises. If you recall, you approved the salaries, but there were still additional costs, and at the time, you did not know what that was. The schedule that you have before you, if you would go to the next level, thank you, Madam Clerk. The schedule that you have before you are the 4 particular units, if you will: police, fire, public works, and sheriff. The effective date, the resolution, and the resolution amount. The related cost is the column that Mayor Bennett wanted to have information on. And the footnote is very simple. It's the same footnote we've been using. Budget for public works and was not amended. The department requests council permission to use salaries and vacancy savings to offset raises. And no funding required to cover related costs, or costs will be absorbed. I would like to submit to you, and the mayor will perhaps correct me if I'm off. But originally, before the city manager, Mr. Altman, took ill, he was going to prepare a CAF report for council so that you could actually approve those additional related costs. The bottom line, so that you can understand that there is no fiscal impact. This is strictly what I would consider a proper accounting and fiduciary responsibilities, that if I'm asked for the technical question that yes, you did approve the salaries, and with the salaries comes the fringes and benefits, but technically, did you approve that? We would just like to be able to say yes, and here it is. So if the mayor is still in desire that now we provide this information, I would ask that council consider, if the mayor thinks it's appropriate, to still vote for this so that we can have the books looking pretty good as far as doing the fiduciary process. If we go to the next item, which is Councilor Pelham.
Hang on a second, here she comes. Let her set herself down to hear what you have to say.
Okay, can I step back and sit down for a second?
Careful. All right.
Go ahead, you have to repeat something. Thank you. All right. I'm ready.
What's your packet? No, she don't have a packet.
I can't hear you.
She doesn't have a packet.
She does. I got her one.
This was today.
That's for today, yes, ma'am.
Can you help her to get to the yellow section?
Yeah, we're under the second yellow section, which would be your name, the first one. I guess the first, we keep going, right there.
Okay. But I see the police cars, is that,
Okay, so,
can you mind repeating what you said on this first page?
He's going to present your section.
Okay, okay,
I'm gonna go all the way through.
okay. Just go back, okay. Thank you. Apologize for being late.
No, that's fine, ma'am. Mrs. Pelham had asked a series of questions. She sent an email out, and we covered several of them before, but there were still some outstanding ones. And what I want to do now is cover the ones that were still outstanding, or there were additional, if you will, submission. And the first being under outside agencies. To frame it, just to summarize her inquiry, the inquiry was, why are two-year institutions receiving more than four-year institutions? And what we have here is the John Tyler community in Longwood submit their requests each year with supporting documentation. Virginia State University in Richard Bland did not or does not request, but we've always included them, and they're included in the FY23 proposed budget. To make it clear on John Tyler and Longwood, if they think for that particular fiscal year, like now, they'll send in a request saying we need $1,000 for XYZ, and they support that. Maybe next year they come back and they'll have $500 XYZ. So that was the difference in the data for those for that category. The second bullet is related to the question. Of there was a significant increase in essential. Mrs. Pelham had asked us to call those folks and see whether they receive ARPA money, do as much inquiry as we possibly could for the intent of going through the outside agency and seeing where we could make reductions. What I wanted to point out is that we went through that, and I wanted council to know that there are what I call the significant group that we're required, or we're either in some kind of mandatory or essential role with them to fund them. Riverside Regional Jail, Cradle Detention, the Appomattox Regional Library, the Riverside Criminal Justice Agency, and District 19 of Community Services. The bottom line, when we went through those items, whether or not they receive special monies or ARPA monies or whatever, we're committed in some shape, form, or fashion to provide outside funding for them.
We asking questions or waiting to the end?
Waiting to the end.
Okay.
Okay, because I know we have to, but,
Yeah.
okay.
So the next item is funding for the bus line. The question was raised regarding whether we had left it out there. And it's actually included in, if you just turn one page over, and if the Madam Clerk would go one slide up, we just highlighted that it is included in the future year or the proposed budget for FY '23. So it was there, it was just perhaps not clearly seen. So it's the same slide as we've had before.
It's not on another part.
Credit cards, under credit cards, the question was asked, who gets credit cards? And then specifically at the last meeting, it was asked that we would like to have an inventory of that. And so, one, credit cards are only issued to city employees, so that's that question answered. And then the itemization of who has a credit card, if you would go one slide up again, we listed the card holders, first and last name, and we ran this report by department because it actually came up from a system. So there's a little slight switch where you have parks and recs, then you'll have some places where it was recs and parks, so that's something on the second page. But these are all of the card holders and the department that they're in that have credit cards, okay? The next item is dealing with the service contracts. This was a request. Also, Mayor Bennett had an interest in this, but specifically, Mrs. Pelham had requested to know what they were. And so what we did, we went back through, and if you go up one slide, I'm sorry, man, if you go up one slide, keep going, yeah. Keep going. There you go, okay. So these are the service contracts that are within the proposed budget for FY '23. And I'm ringing. So what you have is the department, the amount, the service contract, the description, and the determination whether they were essential or not. So you can see the city attorney. The big ticket items is information technology. It's $451K, and I believe Councilor Randolph was mentioning that that's one of the things with the Munis. Once you're in a suite like Munis, if they need to continue to increase your services and call it service contract, then there you are. And you see rest of the items within that suite. The other big ticket item is related to the police, and these are the items regarding $574,143, their service contracts. And so we itemized all of the items in terms of what they are, but we gave you the lump sum number, and we determined after speaking with them and after getting additional feedback that they were essential. The other ticket item is over on, larger one is on Public Works. If you go one slide up, you can see that that's $499,300, and they indicated that, all of their service contracts are essential. Going over to the next item, which is economic development. The question that was raised there was, I think had a lot to do just with the way the reports were issued and the review process that Mrs. Pelham was raising questions, which I understood once I got into this. But for the record, the actual amount that's in the proposed budget for FY '23 for economic development is $20,000. And as you can see to your, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, if you go up. No, come back. As you can see to,
I think you should just stay where he's talking, don't keep scrolling back up, keep going down, the other way.
Okay. Go.
okay, good,
Right there.
okay. So the question was really, the questions were a broad question. One was economic development, $758,000 for economic development and the incentive component of economic development. So when I dived into this, Mrs. Pelham, I could understand all of the questions. So what I've done is itemize what was in the previous presentation when we did this section for you. So the amount of appropriation that we're asking for fiscal year '23 is $20,000 for economic development. And that's been consistent in terms of what they spend. And you can see the history of that to the far left. If you will now, Madam Clerk,
Yeah.
go up to the next slide, yeah. You will see the city manager, or you're off. You'll see the city manager, and when you look at the city manager, if you come all the way over to the far right, that says projection level, and you come down to the total, that's $754,598.94. That was the question that was being referenced in terms of economic development. Actually, there's no economic development within the individual operating suite for the city manager. There is an economic development unit within that suite, but that 754,000 is specifically related to the city manager and his operations. If you come down to the unit that is included within the city manager, you can see.
Go down.
Yeah, next slide. Oh, you already here?
Just say next slide so she'll know.
Yeah, next slide, but her screen is blank.
Go
Yeah,
back.
there it goes. It's
Okay.
coming, it's back. Here?
You need to go up. Oh,
Go back.
go back. Yes. I can see.
Is that it?
That's not the page I saw.
Okay. Is that page 9?
Right there, right there.
Right there, okay.
Let me share one thing with you. I normally have 2 pair of glasses. The ones that are long range, both lenses fell out this weekend. My sons were practicing taekwondo with me, and of course, you can tell I lost. So that's why you see me this is for close range. So I do apologize.
That's okay.
Between then and now, I haven't had a chance to get new glasses. Okay, so back to the business at hand. Okay, so here, the total for the unit of economic development to the far right under the projection level, which is FY23 proposal, the total amount is $358,900. If you go 2 lines up, you'll see a number that says 215. That's how much is being projected for the incentive payment for FY23. If you just take one look to the far left, in the current year budget, we had budget for FY22, 312,000. So this unit has adjusted itself and saying, we're reducing the budget by 31%, if you will, for whatever needs to happen within this particular process known as the incentive payment. Okay, so basically those questions that was related to that particular section just really had to do with how the reports are run, and I understood that, Mrs. Pelham, once we started looking at it closer. If we go to the next item, that is the green, which is Councilor Gore. Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Credit card service contract, okay.
I think that's it.
Hopewell Water Renewal, there isn't a slide for this one, if you will. Hopewell Water Renewal met on June 15th and approved a budget for FY23. So what we've included is the operating budget, and when we get to the budget resolution, you'll see the operating amount, but you'll also see that we have the $1,000,008 there for their regular capital. It's my understanding that the building of facilities of 8.3, 8.5 was not voted upon. So when you get to the resolution, you will see operating and this portion of the capital, which is 1.8. Police cars is the next item that Mrs. Pelham was concerned about. The proposed budget does not include any vehicles for the police department for FY23. The city manager had suggested when he did the CIP workshop with you all back in May, I think it was on May 3rd, he had suggested that perhaps you could fund some of the police vehicles from there. What I did, just for the sake to help the body understand, I did go back very quickly this afternoon and took a quick peep at that, just to give everybody an idea. But the major thing is in the resolution. There's nothing there, Mrs. Pelham, related to the police vehicles. That's truly a CIP. But in the CIP presentation, the city manager did include marked vehicles, marked vehicle equipment, unmarked police vehicles and equipment. And then there was a small amount for the sheriff. I think it was one vehicle. And as far as counts and numbers, I won't get into the detail, but just as a quick peep, on one of the first detail slides by the police department, they had listed that they need 12 marked vehicles, and then they went into another discussions about other things that they may need in terms of the vehicles in the count.
Can you talk in the mic? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Terry, I don't have that.
You don't have that, no.
Okay.
What I did with that, just for the sake of the group, so you'd have an idea, I could just simply say they're not in the operating budget, but I wanted to remind you that the city manager went in extensive detail walking through the CIP, saying there is a need for cars within the police. It's in the CIP, but I'm assuming that he would still want to look at presenting to you all the possibility of funding those vehicles from the opera money. So I just wanted to give everybody a perspective so you would have that. So no, you would not have this unless you brought that great big book, and I hope you didn't, because it took me forever to lift mine off the floor. Okay, so now where we are. We're now at the next grouping, which would be Councilor Gore. And I need to find mine. Councilor Gore had asked a specific question, and I gave a brief overview. And that question was, is there a possibility that there's something not right in the tables? I recall Mrs. Pelham was concerned that maybe someone had used a calculator, calculating things off or whatever, but I was able to share with you all that, yeah, at first, even when the IT director and myself looked into it and my staff, we were kind of concerned, but we did realize that in fact, it was done properly, it was loaded correctly. And so at this meeting today, I'm coming back to you to say, even after we did all of that, we did another review of the HR table. We did not find an error. There are tables for each grade, and each grade has steps for the years of service. For example, the salary for employee number 1200 was $65,652.65 on July 1, 2021, and that's the current fiscal year we're in now. And the salary increased to $103,035.96 with the mid-year raise due to the been with the city of Hopewell for 18 years at the time the raises were approved, therefore was placed on step 18 of the table. So the only thing I would add to this particular slide is I had mentioned that looking back at our fathers that have moved on or whatever, the decisions not to do periodic comp studies and to keep everybody at a proper level, the normal outcome of what you are seeing now happens, that when you do have to make those adjustments, it begin to be difficult. So good business practices for any local government, any county, any town is to do periodic reviews, like every 2 or 3 years. It's painful. It's probably the easiest thing to cut sometime or not to do or to defer. But when you really have to catch up with it, it creates a great deal of issue. And I think I tried to explain that. But I wanted to take a good look and make sure I knew what I could come back and share with the council and how you respond to Mrs. Councilor Gore's specific question. Councilor Randolph had asked, and we covered this kind of lightly last time, but I wanted to make sure that there was no questions again about this. She had asked what would be the amount for the first step if we had done it. As I hope you all remember that the current proposed budget by the city manager does not include the first step. It does not. That will happen, if you will, the first step of July 1, 23, which we can plan for that. But what this slide is saying to you is this is what it would cost if we had to put that in there. And if you recall, that probably would have calculated out to maybe 2 more pennies So it had already come out in the original proposal, and the city manager had already presented to council a potential tax increase because of the mid-year salary ranges. So going the additional 2 cents was not, at that point, an option that we thought would be viable. And also, we also thought that probably, after looking at it harder, we could come up with a proposal to not do taxes, that you all really didn't want to do that. And according to your vote, you definitely agreed that that's not what you want to do as a council. And so therefore, it would not have made any sense to add the 2 cents. But that's what that would be, 2 more pennies to do that. And if we go over to the budget resolution, this is the budget resolution for FY '23. What does it contain? What does it reflect? It reflects that it is balanced, operating in capital, and the balance or the gap that we need for 2 million is based on the priority that we had received as a proposal by the city manager that we utilize the opera funds. If you recall, just to make sure everybody's aware, there were 4 options proposed by the city manager. The American Rescue Plan, opera funds, anticipated revenue, which is consistent to what we had. That is, we're gonna have a reassessment, and we're gonna have a couple of other M&T items we had put in there. And then at this point, there was a 3rd option, which was schools, and we've addressed that, and council, you've addressed that, and so we know where that stands. And then, of course, there was the rainy day fund, and we talked about that the rainy day fund has that clause when there's a dip in economic conditions or emergency that's really related to financial matters and other emergency matters, you can go to the rainy day fund, and we talked about what that number is. We quoted about 5.2, and so that was also an option. However, the gap to fill the $2 million in this budget resolution is being proposed from the American Rescue Plan Act. The other item that's contained within this budget resolution is the Hopewell Water Renewal, is the operating budget, and the capital component, which is just what we would call their regular capital. I believe the pages are numbered, so if you can turn to page 7. Under page 7, at the very top, it says Hopewell Water Renewal Fund 032. And acting city manager feel really funny doing this because it's your shop, but I'm doing it. Okay, so the revenue projected is 18,481,179, and the operating expenses, if you remember in the beginning slide, I didn't mention that, I just simply talked about that it was operating. That's the operating expenses being projected for the year for a water renewal, and then the capital is 1.8 million for the current fiscal year of FY '23. Coming back to the beginning of the section of the resolution, other things I think you would want to know is that this resolution does not reflect any of the reductions, 10%, we had talked about that. This is strictly what was proposed to council in the first presentation by the city manager. Adjusted by, there is no tax increase. Adjusted by, we would not be looking to schools to support the budget. And coming back with, we've looked at, I can't say this, the question was, what about essential travel? If you remember on the last work session, I presented a schedule that that Councilor Pelham, we went through, we saw what that was. At this moment, unless the acting city manager can add additional information, and I'm open for that because he actually met with the managers, we determined that what's there for travel is essential, either for certification or for training or that kind of thing. So I did not get a sensing that there was not anything, and unless you tell me different when you talk with the managers today. Okay, all righty. The only other thing I'd like to add is once I went through the resolution with the acting city manager, and the city manager's not here, so I'm not saying that he said this, But again, in the beginning, what is here and what is proper and what we have done to vet this out, we believe that this is now a balanced budget. What's in here is essential. Also, don't want to overlook the one question that may come up. What about that one treasurer's position for the recon? That's in here. It's in here not because the city manager and I put it in here, but as you have heard the treasurer, she would like to have her shop up to speed. There's some things that she's not familiar with, but one thing for certain, reconciling cash and getting it put in the right pockets is essential. So if we can have someone that's doing that full time and being able to integrate that person into our organization would be great. So I did not want to overlook that. That's in here. We haven't changed anything else other than what I just mentioned about Hopewell Water Renewal with the building. And I think that's what's there. Let's see. That would be the last that I have. So, again, just to recap, we started out, Mayor Bennett, and I may have overstepped my bounds, but I indicated to them that you had a question, and it was a valid one about approving the fringe benefits, the other related salary costs. I indicated to them in the slide that's in the front of the book here that there's no financial impact, but there is a fiduciary responsibility that if council, if you still feel the same, if council could consider approving those related costs to the mid-year salary, that would be good for documentation and appropriate. So I did share that with them. And you're of the packet, which is the very beginning slide. The table is there. And to the far right is the related costs that you all will be voting on.
Okay. I'll come back to mine, but it's not that, for documentation purposes, it's actually policy
Yes,
for
ma'am.
us if we're pulling funds to increase raises and we didn't have the appropriate dollar value in the first resolution. It's really important that we correct that and do an amended one
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that we can incorporate all of those funds, how they came to be,
Yes, ma'am.
right? I'm going to take lights right now. The first one I've seen was Councilor Pelham.
Quite a bit to digest. but
Oh, you gotta do it.
That's all right, you can ask a question first.
Okay, so going back to, I don't know how council feels, the first comment about the colleges,
Oh, okay.
I would say that the persons who didn't request the monies, that we delete that from the budget. I know one year that they did request it because I called myself and they made the corrective action and sent a letter a couple of years ago, the Virginia State request. If they didn't send it back, they must don't need it anymore. That's just my suggestion. Only those persons that did, but again, for future reference, if there is a four-year institution, it should be consistent. If they're gonna get the more money, each college should get that. It shouldn't be lopsided. The bus line, okay, yeah, I guess I looked at the wrong page from the operational versus what was in the CIP. So that is still on record.
Yes,
Thank you.
They're still there.
Now, it's kind of hard to compare what you've given us because we didn't get a chance to compare our other notes to this. But with the credit cards, that's something that council, I don't know if we need something different. In my opinion, I think every department needs one credit card. I don't understand, for some of these departments, they have 5 and 10 credit cards. Maybe I don't see it, but that's a lot of credit cards. And I guess you still doing the reconciliation every month? Y'all reconcile
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
but they just verify what they purchase is legit. No
Yeah.
one, that's the reconciliation process, right?
Right, and that's why at the end of the month, just because city manager has been out of pocket, you all have requested we send you a monthly report. of
And we don't get those
checks
anymore.
And credit card, well, I'll get with the acting and see can we catch you up. I think you're a couple of months off.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
But that's something we need to address after the budget. Who really needs a credit card? And so you're saying in the CIP budget, none of that is funded yet, correct? We're not approving that for this budget. That's not in the resolution.
No, ma'am, the only thing that's in the resolution, you do have, let me turn to the page, you do have the
Tell me the
VDOT.
page, because this is the first time we've seen this tonight.
If we go to the resolution, Madam Clerk, if you could go to the resolution, and if I can find the page number, okay, it's page number 7. Again, it's 7, you got well renewal at the top, debt service next, and then you have capital project fund 071. If you look at the revenue, that's what the revenue is at the top. And then you look at the itemization of the appropriation, what we plan on spending it for. If you recall, the city manager had explained that this is our VDOT project that we go through. And this was the fire truck lease. We got one more payment that would take care of this particular item, and it'll fall sometime in September and October. So the only amount that was a part of the CIP that's in this budget for FY23 are those two items. So I believe the way he had left it with you all, and according to the write-up, is that he would like to come back and to discuss utilizing some of the ARP for other items that were in the CIP report.
Okay, and so you didn't give us an option to balance the budget other than the ARPA funds, correct? That's the only one. This here is for the ARPA funds to make up the difference.
Yes, ma'am.
But so that we realize that if we do that, next year we're gonna be in the same predicament, correct?
No, ma'am.
If you raise people's salaries, and whatever we do this year has to be, the perpetual monies have to be a reoccurring, correct? So
Yes,
how
ma'am.
you gonna pay for them? And other than the projected assessments, which
Okay.
politically,
Okay, so
we
if
will
you
probably
change, by
end
you
up-
changing the question, I can answer now.
yeah, okay, so,
Because just to focus on that, we're gonna be in an issue because operational costs continue to be progressive.
Yeah.
That's the case from I got here and I started looking at how budgets was put together, approved from
16,
2012, 2013, 14 up to now. So that particular statement is one in which I looked at progressively. What we are looking at with this budget is that this is a one-time stretch to get ourselves there. If you recall, there were 4 options. One of them was the ARPA,
That's
which,
the easy
again,
one.
federal first, state second, then local is third in terms of utilization of funding. What we indicated is that the federal have put out again, that they are encouraging, because this is the second wave of utilization of the ARPA money, to use it for things which I just would put in a box called HR
I
related.
understand that.
The second thing, though, that is important is what we call the reassessment. That was the other option. The other 2 options were reassessment in schools. Schools off the table, that's been solved. The reassessment is no different now than it has been, or if you can say just revenue anticipation is probably the appropriate. That's what the city manager had communicated. I'm on the technical side, so I'm down in the dirt. But the anticipated revenue for fiscal year '23, there's nothing new in that projection that we haven't done, and I can go back to the 19.
Well, just tell us how much that projection is. We know all that.
Okay.
Tell me what the projection for the assessments are next year. Would that cover all the ARPA funds that we're gonna use to balance this budget?
I don't understand what you're asking now.
You supplement our budget from these federal funds.
Uh-huh.
What monies are you gonna use next year to make the budget whole? Is that gonna be based on this? You gotta have new revenue coming in from somewhere
Okay,
to sustain what you passed this year, correct?
okay. I think I get where you're going.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so absolutely, the thought process and the pathway that you're going, I understand.
Okay.
So we're talking fiscal year 23.
4,
23 right now for this budget.
yes.
Your concern is where will we be at for
In
fiscal year 24?
24, yeah.
So you're almost like a 5-year forecast.
No, I'm one
No,
year.
let me finish. That's what you're really saying.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do when we're looking at this, we don't do a formal 5-year forecast to this council, but we took in consideration what would happen in 24, 25, and 26. So when we're looking at the assessment, or we're looking at the anticipated revenue, if the rate for real estate stays consistent, and if a couple other things stay consistent and the assessment goes up, then you have to manage yourselves in terms of looking at that. If you generate enough revenue in this upcoming FY 23-24, and you generate enough revenue, then it would be incumbent upon the city manager to look to us in finance to capture that money, come back to you and say, okay, here's a pool that we have actually captured. And so the money that you are front-ending with the opera, then you can set that aside and recapture yourself. So what happens when you get to 24, 25? You just basically have to start doing again what you've always done before this came up. You have to look at your expenses. They have to keep pace. They cannot be allowed to go this way or up. You have to contain them. And I have to say this, and this is not a negative statement. This is not a rebuke. This is a statement of compliment. One thing I notice about Hopewell, when I look at it and compare it to other localities, we are consistent in containing costs. We don't have cost overruns. Actually, we've scaled to a point that it's beginning to be questionable whether we can deliver services to the community. Hopewell is good in containing its cost. We haven't borrowed any money. The tax rates were brought down, so we're putting all of the money to pay the debt down, so we're not really doing any refurbishing or upgrades. So Hopewell is very good at being conservative. We would have to take that same approach for 24, 25. We would have to take that approach going forward. So as long as the assessment or anticipated revenue stream forecast is there, then that's what we have to continue to look at. So that's why I wanted to make sure I answered your question, because it's not unthinkable that you would ask that question. I just wanted to make sure that I could express to you what I've been sharing with the city manager is a proper way of looking at that. We get the real estate assessment, we get the M&T, we got some other projects coming on, I understand, from the city manager. We get through 22, 23. We start looking very hard at the mid part, which would be December of 22 of this year. We take another quarter snapshot in the spring, and if our collections and billings are running very well, then we're going to do an adjustment, meaning we would capture those revenues and do the trade-off so that the American Rescue Fund Act is put it back over there for utilization. So when you come to July 1, when we're doing the budget in the spring of next year this time, we should know the answer to your question. Will we be in jeopardy or will we not? If we follow this basic, which is just basic stuff you're supposed to do for a locality, we should be able to tell you in February whether or not we're going to have a challenge, which is what you're speaking of. But this was not a kick the can down the road. This was not looking at it.
It is a
forecasting
kid
out.
in the road.
So anyway,
Tell me what's the total ARPA money we're using then to fill the budget?
$2 million.
And so we're not kicking the can down the road for income. If the assessments don't come in or other new revenues don't come in, the bottom line is that you have to increase taxes.
No, ma'am.
Where you getting the money from then?
You have to stay in a governmental mindset.
I can't.
Governmental
I know
mindset says federal
reality.
first, state second, and local. So if the opera money, boom, and then we still don't have the assessment, your next step
Where is the
is
federal
local.
money coming from next year?
Where's the opera money coming from?
Where is the money, $2 million shortage that we have this year coming from in the next 3 to 5 years?
That would be, and I apologize, but that was what I just explained. Your normal assessment process
So it's
And
assessment, that's what I'm saying. If the
and
money doesn't
containing your
pay your
costs.
debt, of course. What I'm
Okay.
saying, if that doesn't happen, what's the next step?
And that's what I was attempting to explain to you, so let me slow down.
Yeah,
'cause
please, I'm
I-
old and slow.
No, it's just that I'm passionate about what we do. The next bucket that you would go to appropriately, and that's why it's there, is the rainy day fund. It's your local component. It says that in the economic cycle or emergencies and other disasters, whatever, that's where you would go if that condition that you spoke of, and I think you can now see why there's that fundamental rule. Go ahead and do your federal now, because if you have to start dropping in chambers, then, you know, if you're not able to bring yourself back, you go to your next reserve, and your reserve is your quote-unquote assigned fund balance or rainy day fund.
And then we use the rainy day fund 1 year,
Mhm.
$2 million.
Mhm.
Where are we gonna use next?
Well, I'm going to take a step back and take a deep breath. And I'm going to say this with a great deal of love. You're assuming that every year you're going to have a $2 million gap. And what I didn't want to say is that that's not true. You're going to have, if you can see the one-step increase, when we make the first one, that's 300,000 for when we do it, not 2 million. So I'm saying that we would literally have to just go and do some computations and just some modeling to come back to that. But the bottom line would be, I would say that the increase would be covered, because if we are containing costs and continuing to manage the revenue stream, then the year that we get to, which you're putting, that what happens at 2 million, I don't think it would be 2 million. If we've been building revenue as we go along and keeping track of it,
Okay.
it should be just that one step on top of that we would need. And again, that particular year, long before then, what should take place is that it should be an analysis coming back to this council after every February, because you have your taxes and all that kind of stuff coming in, and before the budget is issued, to let you know where things are at. We've not been able to get to all of that, but that's where you would want to be at.
Okay. I yield my time to someone else.
Council Parton.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Mr. Terry, let me, before I even get into like a motion or anything else, answer me this question. Why would you bring us a budget resolution using the American Rescue Plan Act money when at our last meeting, we mentioned that that was not what city council wanted to do? Not use one-time money for an ongoing expense.
That's what I've been trying to say.
Respectfully, Council Pardon, I'm presenting the budget that was presented by the city manager with the adjustments made. And so if there was any deviation from that, or if there's a need to change the resolution, I understood that that was the statement you all made, but I brought back what was the basic fundamental proposed budget with adjustments up to the last point that he had communicated to me.
I mean, I know that I wasn't, just hearing things at our last meeting, but I know at least 4 or 5 of us told you and the city manager that we did not want to use one-time American Rescue Plan Act fund money for the budget. I mean, This is an ongoing expense, and what we're doing is we're basing a budget for the following year off of pure speculation on revenues going up. More than likely, yes, they will go up. How do you build a budget off of speculation?
You've been building that off of speculation as far back as I can look.
No, we didn't.
Because when you do
No,
real estate, you don't have real
no.
estate money on July 1. So you forecast what you think it's gonna be
You
for a full
forecast,
year.
but you're doing pure speculation right now that you're trying to pay for something that we don't even have any idea of what we're gonna have for next year. And then, I mean, you can slice it and dice it how you want, but I mean, it is kicking the can down the road. I mean, yes, you say get out of the government, or get out of, one's individual home economics mindset and get into a governmental mindset, but, I mean, I don't think anyone in this audience right here, it would say, all right, well, I'm going to give you $100,000 this year to help you out in any way that you see fit. I don't think people are going to sit there and say, well, that means we're going to end up getting $100,000 every single year, hence moving forward, and start changing their lifestyle to something that's totally unsustainable. I think that they would end up using that one-time money to do things to help themselves, whether it is to, pay off, their mortgage on their house, so they end up having cost savings, or they end up being able to replace things that they, have, had to forego maintenance on, or cap improvements around their house. I mean, that's, what the money was used for, and that's what it was put out there for. I even think some of the language that they used was, once in a lifetime, life-changing, investments, investments that you would not be able to do. And, I mean, to go and take $2 million out of, $10 million that we have, I mean, that's 20% just to me an operating budget that we're still gonna have to deal with next year. And that's just on the cusp that we have great assessments, going forward, or that we have, enough assessment money to, be able to fill that. I mean, I just, because, I don't, personally, I'm not gonna vote for this budget resolution tonight. And if, the majority of council, says from the last meeting, they wanted to see, budget cuts and options, and we don't have them here to, compare against just doing what I would call the cop-out, method, saying, well, we've got, one, pot of money here, let's just go and use that, and then let's just deal with this next year. I mean, at what point do you solve the problem? So, I mean, I've told people that if we didn't have recommended budget cuts, then we were gonna probably have to make, some draconian cuts. And it's unfortunate because I truly believe that there are areas in the budget that, department directors can find and can make those adjustments. So, I'm going to, start out a motion.
Oh, people want to speak. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I mean, if anyone wants else to talk, I mean, I don't mind. I mean,
Counselor Gore and then Counselor Denton.
I would rather there be a motion on the floor so we can.
No, can we-
Cut this meeting
'cause
short.
that could-
Well, I'll make.
No,
I'll
can
go
you-
back
can
to
you
the-
hold off on
Can
the
we just
motion?
let Counselor Denton speak then if you guys are gonna do a,
Can you do the motion after you talk? Because
Just
Counselor, okay.
cut this short.
Counselor Denton?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't quite follow our Vice Mayor. In 2020, we received CARE funds, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we used those for things to help out the city. Then we were notified in, 2022 about the American Rescue money. And because we had not used all of the other, we were going to get $9.6 million.
We did receive that.
I believe you notified us somewhere around May of this year that the federal government was advising or helping us because they knew there had been loss in the cities and that we needed money to replace the salary losses that we have done. So they came through and said, use the American Rescue money for lost income. Well, this isn't lost. We found it by giving an increase that they did deserve. And so I feel like we need to use, it's wise to use the federal money, the 2 million, to offset this. Now, Mr. Terry, tell me, when you do a budget, we don't have any guarantees when we do this budget that income is going to come in like we think it's going to come in.
Always have been the case. Always have been the case.
We go on projections.
Always been the case.
I think you call in the Commissioner of Revenue,
Yes.
you ask her, what's the picture look like? You call in our city treasurer, you ask her, are
Real estate
taxes
assessor.
coming in?
Yeah.
Are things, how is the revenue looking?
Yep.
That's how we figure what our revenue is going to be when we do the budget. Am I right?
That's been the practice, and that's the practice of all localities. Yes.
And I believe the city managers talk to each department to find out what their costs are going to be projected. We don't know. Who in this room can tell me what's going to happen tomorrow? Show me your hands. Nobody. Tell me what's going to happen in the next 3 hours. We don't know. But we use the best information that we can. We have a CPA who, this is their job. They project. And as we go along, I remember our treasurer in the past, we might have her in and say, how are the collections coming along? Are we getting behind? Then we can adjust if we need to. There are ways we watch it during the entire year. Our problem tonight is that you have brought us a balanced budget using the American Rescue money one time, which is what the feds have advised us to do, and we can budget. And then during this coming year, we do what we've always done and just watch how we're spending the money. Every month we get a budget from the city manager that we read. Where is the money going? I just feel like we did this, council here caused this problem. And where we made 30% of our workforce happy, we made 70% unhappy. And I feel like now we need to get us back on the right track, and that is to go out tonight with a vote on a balanced budget, which you have brought to us. And I might say, we have quite an audience here for a Tuesday night special meeting. But I also know we've got a lot of people from the governor right on down to our citizens watching us right now and how we perform as a counselor. So my recommendation is let's follow the man we trust. I know Ms. Dillon doesn't like that word. We trust as our finance director to lead us. He knows more. We're part-time. We're supposed to come 2 nights a month. He's here every day. I trust him. Thank you, Mr. Terry, and I appreciate what you brought to us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Lauren and Vice Mayor Parton.
Counselor who? No, he was before me. I'll yield to him.
Okay, now,
I'm just gonna make a motion.
Please give me.
Councilor Randolph, did you want to say something before the motion? Okay. Councilor Randolph.
I'm also currently in favor of the resolution that our finance directors brought to us, simply because I know that there have been concerns about projections, and as Mr. Terry has said, we do projections every single year. Would I rather we have different funds to use than the ARPA funds? Yeah, I would have preferred that mid-budget, we hadn't come up with some surprises for our finance director and city manager to have to deal with, but we did. And because of those surprises and lack of understanding of how much some of these step increases were going to cost us, we have now put ourselves in a situation where we don't have enough to balance our budget. And because of that, we do have to look at potential to use elsewhere. Again, we all know that the revenues that we're going to see from what our commissioner has said on personal property taxes are going up, much to the chagrin of every citizen here in Oakville. We're all going to be paying more for our vehicles. Hopefully, we will be able to have enough money come in that we'll be able to give a rebate to the citizens, but still make a little bit for the city to supplement our ARPA funds with those tax revenues generated that the treasurer and the commissioner will be looking at later in the fall. We all know, if you've been looking at multiple listings throughout the city, that yes, even in Hopewell, our properties have been selling well above our current values in the past 5 years. That's a nationwide issue we've been looking at. So we do know that the reassessments that will be happening this fall will more than likely put another burden on our citizens with tax and real estate taxes higher than what we had hoped. That will be an income for us as well. But what I can't forget is that we created an issue mid-budget. Hopefully, we will not continue to do this without looking at how much that's going to be. And so I have to say for now, if we can solve this and refund as much as possible through the tax generation in the fall and the beginning of next year, then we will do that. And hopefully be able to get those one-time funds, which I agree I don't like to spend on a perpetual problem, but we will be able to recapture them, because I don't know where we're going to do these budget cuts. You all have asked a lot of questions. You've asked for some answers. We've seen some of the answers that Mr. Terry has gotten for you, and I still don't see a viable choice to cut our staff budget by 10%. Then it was potential 5%. Right now, we are required to get a budget within the next 7 days. 8 days. We're not gonna have a counselor next week. She's going out. And so we need to look at doing something and then possibly amending the budget, which is what we would do with those tax dollars. And give us more time if we think that we need to go through this line item by line item again. But right now is, you know, we're just spinning our wheels right now. So I appreciate the chance to talk, and I appreciate you providing us the answers tonight that you could for the questions that were asked. And I've got to say, I'm going to vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parton?
So, yeah, as I said before, you know, if we didn't have this one-time pot of money, I mean, what would we be doing right now? I mean, that's how we really should be treating this. If we did not have this money that was given to us, how would we solve this problem that we're faced with right now? And yeah, here again, I said that, you know, we would have to end up doing stuff and, you know, having to make cuts. And you know, it's going to be unpopular, but again, you know, I've never been one in favor of kicking the can down the road. I've always been a person that just wants to tackle a problem head on and solve it as best as what we can. And, you know, we're probably, and after this motion that I make, we're going to have to come back and amend the budget. But I think it's going to force the city to do a real deep dive into areas that need to be cut. I mean, I said it back in 2019. You cannot convince me that this city does not have areas that they cannot cut. I mean, if city council can go through their budget and find copious amounts of money that we cut back when COVID hit and not reinstate it, other departments, I truly feel, can do that, the exact same thing. So I expect, you know, full amendments for this, and hopefully, you know, with this, you know, these recommendations in this motion, that, you know, when a resolution comes back to us, we have something to work with, and then we're going to have to start making amendments. But I move that we approve a city budget with the following requirements, and to have the city manager and city finance director bring a resolution back to us at a future city council meeting. 1, have a 10% reduction that does not impact service contracts, public safety, or infrastructure. Eliminates the outside use of city vehicles for non-professional uses. Reduce credit cards to 1 credit card per department. And for departments that currently have credit cards, that they be placed aside. Prohibit filling full-time positions with the exception of public safety and essential personnel for positions that are currently vacant and that weren't filled previously to fiscal year 2021. Reduce the economic development line item budget to only include previously approved incentives, rent, and approved obligations. Eliminate the city manager's contingency fund to not fund the assistant city manager position. Prohibit the transfer of money between funds from the general fund to the city's adopted operating budget without a resolution brought to city council. To include the HWR capital budget for $10.3 million. Eliminate travel for training and except for training and certifications. And not to use ARPA funds to balance the budget, and to include a line item of $21,000 for city council communications.
Second.
All right, so I have Counselor Gore, Counselor oh my goodness, lights like Christmas. Gore, Counselor Randolph, Counselor Pelham, and Counselor Denton, you have your?
Me
okay,
too.
Counselor Denton. So Counselor Gore, and then Counselor Randolph.
First, Vice Mayor Parton can't do a friendly amendment to have the budget brought back to us by the 28th.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then, the transfer of funds, like you said, to include the capital budget, not transferring funds from operational and capital budget.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then, I know you added the wastewater part, but
Is
to
y'all
do
comfortable
a
with that?
work session for the
Can we
building.
get a copy?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. So, Ms. Best, he agreed to 3 amendments to have the budget brought back to us on the 28th. For the prohibitive transfer of funds, money, to be for the operating budget and the capital budget, eliminate transfers.
Operating and capital only transfers? Is that what you said?
To eliminate the transfer of funds
Eliminate, okay.
between funds and the operational budget and the capital improvement budget.
Molly, do you
And
have,
then to have a, I'm speaking to her. And
does she
then
have
the-
this?
I'm speaking to her to clarify. Counselor Dayton, I'm speaking to her to clarify right now. And then for the, to have a work session for the, wastewater, or say, Hopewell Water
Yeah.
Renewal, building. That vote that's pending. And he said he agreed to that, so I asked Ms. Best to read this out before I say the rest of my comments, what the motion is.
Gonna have to get that. Yeah, that's a lot of motion there.
If you can read my chickens, hold
I'll
on.
get
Do
on.
you have that sheet?
Yes, I took,
I wrote it down
wrote it down for them.
for Ms. Best.
I just got it when I got here.
Let me see, it says my amendments.
Oh, this is yours, I'm sorry.
Manager and finance director to bring it back. The 28th.
They walk out a sheet.
Mayor, I
Don't
need to make
have.
a comment.
And capital improvements budget. And then to have a work session,
I wanna know where that is.
session for.
I was just
the
reading hers, but I'll ask
$8
you.
million, water renewal building. And I'm about to make everybody even more angry and say call for the vote.
Oh, there's a call for the vote on the floor. So that will require
A second.
a second.
No, you can call for the vote, we haven't even heard the
Okay,
motion.
I tried. Don't be mad at me, I tried.
All right, we're gonna go. Counselor
But Ms.
Denton has
Bass,
a-
but Ms. Bass, can you please restate the motion so we're all on the same page?
Yes. The motion was made by Vice Mayor Parton and seconded by Councilor Gore.
After she's done. After she's done.
Okay.
Move to approve an operating budget with the following requirements, and ask for the city manager and the finance director to bring it back to city council by June 28th. 10% reduction that does not impact service contracts, public safety, and infrastructure. Eliminates out-of-city vehicle use for personal use. Reduces credit cards to 1 credit card per department for departments that currently have credit cards, and eliminates the ability to add new credit cards to city's roster. Prohibits filling of full-time positions with the exception of public service for positions that are currently vacant that were not previously filled in FY '21. Reduces the economic development line item budget to only include previously approved incentives, required payments, rent, and approved obligations. Eliminates the city manager contingency fund or equivalent. Not fund the assistant city manager position. Prohibits the transfer of money between funds from the general fund to the city's adopted operating budget, include in resolution, and capital improvement budget. Funds the city council communication line item at FY '19 and FY '20 funding levels, $3,000 per ward, total of $21,000. Does not use ARPA funds to balance budget. Eliminate travel except for training for certification. And work session for the $8 million water renewal building, and have capital budget HWR capital budget, 10.3 million. That was,
Okay, Counselor Denton,
No, I was before she was.
she just wanted to ask a question
Oh,
before.
okay.
Yeah. Then I,
She's just asking a question, you're
then-
next.
Thank you.
Then I'd like to speak after she, I just asked a question.
Yes, that's what I explained to her.
This, this motion that the vice mayor just made, I noticed some of the counselors had a copy of it.
5 of them.
I was not privy to this. I knew nothing about this. And it bothers me. The 4, do you have it?
I was
Mayor?
reading hers.
No,
I didn't
5
have-
of.
I didn't have it.
I don't have it, you don't have it.
I
and
don't
that's
have it, I just read it.
You just read it.
I don't have it.
That they would come to this meeting tonight to cut the office. What they're saying is they want to cut everything out of the city.
I thought she was
But
asking a
yet they're
question.
going to
Yeah, I thought this
put,
was a question. Point of order. This is not a question.
You have to ask the question.
Yes.
okay. Thank you. That's my question. I will talk to an attorney
Point of
tomorrow
order. This is still not a question.
if you get this information before
You
us.
can still do that. Counselor Randolph?
Thank you. I'll be brief. It is very apparent with the lack of who got any kind of bullet point printouts that it was orchestrated, and some of council has been left out. I also find it egregious that a commission for one of our boards made a decision, and we have chosen that to be the only place that we would raise and increase monies to, and go against our commissions, because what they're for is for us to be working with, not working against. I am disappointed, but that's fine. The vote will be what it is, and the detriment to the city will be what it is, and we will find out how many city employees we lose because we're cutting budgets that are not in a situation to be cut. I'm disappointed, to say the least, but that's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, and then it's Counselor Pelham, then Counselor Denton, and then myself. If no
I
one
think the
else-
recommendation is to
Counselor
cut the budget, to cut personnel, is to cut excess spending. That's the intention of the reduction. So don't make it, drama-filled. We're not asking you to cut positions, Mr. Terry, unless you tell us otherwise. That's the only way it can be done. But that's the only thing I would like not to be affected is personnel. But, use of vehicles is something that we've never been presented with. And with the cost of gas, of course, that would be probably a significant reduction. So we can get emotional, but we can ask our citizens whether or not they want the departments to reduce their budgets now, or do they want to eventually pay a tax increase 2 to 3 years from now? That's what you have to answer, citizens. That's the bottom line. That's what they call kicking the can down the road. I don't care how you cut it, how you slice it. That's the bottom line. We do project every year. We do need to use federal money first. Quite obvious, that's a no-brainer. But if the federal money is not guaranteed to come in every year, and you take care of the expenditure just for 1 year, how are you gonna supplement it the next year? And one of the ways that most governments do that is raise taxes. That's my limited knowledge of monies and expenditures that we use to fulfill budgets. So it's emotional, and it's nothing new. Counselors talk among each other. If they want to share with some and not others, that's our prerogative. And it's not a conspiracy. is just good governing. So, and, you know, just to threaten council all the time to sue us if you don't get your way is not a good way to spend council money too. You've already sued twice and gotten money.
Oh, excuse
And wasted,
me. That is wrong.
Counselor
Excuse
Denton.
me?
Counselor Denton.
some people have sued and wasted council money by paying lawyers for suing. And, I guess that's the way you wanna use, the budget expenditures for legal fees, we can do that too.
Okay, so, thank you. Okay, Mr. Terry, even though you had your hand up, we do have a motion on the floor.
I just want to inform
And,
council
yes, but we have a
that I will
motion.
not be here on the 28th. I have a health-related family issue. So if the 28th, and that's all day what's going to occur, I just want to make sure that if the city manager's not here, I cannot be here.
What day can you?
What day can he be here, the 27th or 29th?
It would have to be the 29th.
Can we do
All right,
it?
is there a friendly amendment for the thank you. Is there a friendly amendment for the 29th?
I like,
Okay, it'll be the 29th. I would like to
Okay,
also,
okay.
excuse
I
me,
have one more thing, I'm sorry.
No.
It's the treasurer.
your time
Oh, with
has
what?
expired.
We eliminated the treasurer's
Oh,
position.
You had,
I think it's not
you
done
have, your time has expired.
Okay. Treasurer position.
I want to remind council, there is a vote on the floor. We have to speak, there is a motion on the floor. We have to speak to the motion. Please, any comments or suggestions, concerns, please speak through the chair, which is myself, and keep a decorum this evening. Okay, please speak to the motion. I am moving to Councilor Denton.
Thank you. Mayor, could you explain to one of our counselors that indicated that I got money from when I sued the council, that I did not? That was an out and out lie.
I didn't say you
Okay.
got money.
It cost me. It didn't, I didn't make
point of
it.
order, that's not speaking.
Okay, so, well,
Okay.
okay.
That's,
Thank you for your clarity. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
okay.
Is that what you wanted to discuss?
Yeah, I just want to make clear to everybody sitting here and those listening that 3 counselors knew what this motion was going to be tonight. They're cutting departments. 70%, as I mentioned earlier, did not get a pay increase, but we're going to cut them now. Then the 30 that did, they're getting cut. You're cutting the 2 million out of the city, the operations of the city. But you're going to put in $8.5 million to pay for an administration building
That's not true.
for water renewal. You're putting that back in the budget.
That's not true.
When a commission made up of, I believe, 5 entities, which are the industries in this city that pay our city $10 million a year. You're going against their commission, their vote to not fund this right now, because there was supposed to be a subcommittee, excuse me, a subcommittee appointed to discuss how mutually they could make that work. But oh no, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna get our $8.5 million tonight and cut the city and alienate the industry. I think this council has done an excellent job tonight. I rest my case. I will vote against this standing up. Thank you.
Okay, since everyone has gone, it's gonna be myself, then Counselor Gorgon, and then Counselor Pelham. All right, I do have a question. What was I don't have it on this sheet here for my actuals for prior fiscal years for the Hopewell Water Renewal appropriations. So with the operating expenses. And I'm asking you because I don't know what the actuals are. I see 16,681,179. Mr. Terry, can you tell me what the actuals were? I did have it in I don't have this
I don't have it, I didn't bring that either.
You didn't bring it
No,
either?
that's, you're talking about when we went through and looked at the departments, that's a 3-year trend, I don't have that here.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is in the 1.8 in the capital, that was approved to be in the capital budget. When I'm hearing the motion that we're gonna have a work session, we're holding the capital, and we're gonna have a work session with the Hopewell Water Renewal Commission, okay? That's one. The second thing I heard this evening was, in this motion, it prohibits transferring funds between departments or capital to operating from general, and vice versa. So let's just say where I'm at here, in case operating expenses are 16, and we would like to use it to fix the road that was already fixed, Homer Road. And that would be 2 million, right? Let's say that. We wouldn't be able, in this motion, you cannot transfer funds from an operating to a capital. Is that correct in this? Okay, and that prohibits the city. So, with that being said, there will be amendments. I've heard that even this evening. I am in favor of not transferring funds. So, I would just like to ask that question. I just want to be sure that the operating expenses, I'm going to ask you a question. Yes, sir.
Okay, you can ask the question.
So the question is the operating expenses for the Hopewell Water Renewal.
Okay, so what I heard, and I guess y'all have been marking it up, really confused me, because if I answer the question the way you just posed it to me, the current resolution is that we do not transfer money from the city operating budget to capital projects.
What page is that?
That's just in the resolution, the current one that we operate.
So the one I do see, Mr. Terry, it does state when I was reading, it does state that the city manager shall initiate action to adjust appropriate expenditures to agree with revised estimated revenues.
What page?
This is the front page.
What section?
Third paragraph?
Give them the page number, ma'am.
Is that section 3? Ma'am?
Yes, the first page of the budget resolution,
Section 3?
Doesn't say
third
anything about
paragraph.
operating.
So I'm going to just read this. Please don't fall asleep. Whereas at the meeting of the City Council of City of Hopewell held on June 21st, 2022, a budget of the estimated revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022 and ending July 30th, 2023, showing the expenditures of the preceding year, the amount appropriated for the current year, and the proposed expenditures for ensuing 12 months was introduced in its complete form, of which $149,772
No.
90, huh?
Million.
Oh, million, excuse me. $149,772,983 is estimated to be received from sources other than property. I don't know what other than means, so I would like that to be defined. The second thing is leaving a balance to be raised by levies on properties segregated to the city for local taxes of $37,061,006. And whereas a tax rate sufficient to raise the last mentioned sum, would that be 37 million? Would that be the 37 million? Has been levied by the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hopewell. And whereas in this budget approved by the City Council, there are estimates of revenues used for appropriated expenditures to pay for said city services. And when said estimated revenues are projected by the city manager to be less than the amount of the appropriated expenditures, the city manager shall, that is legally binding, initiate action to adjust appropriate expenditures to agree with revised estimated revenues. The city manager is directed to advise city council at the next scheduled meeting. What is the date of the next scheduled meeting? Of the adjustments made, and city council may amend said adjustments. So with that being said, the city manager is already giving the authority within this budget resolution to move funds as he wishes. However, inform council of what he has done. This is separate from the motion that has been made on the floor. Am I correct?
What is the question?
No.
It's addressed in the motion to fix it, yes.
It's addressing the motion to
To
fix.
fix it, yes.
So this is not, it's not saying that the city manager cannot move funds in the budget resolution. It's saying that he can do it.
He just has to.
He just has to
inform
tell us at the next meeting, which we don't even know what that date would be. So, I mean, the budget resolution to me is very unclear. It's not clear. It leaves room for interpretation. And what we're looking for, I see for myself. I want to say, you know, I'm hoping that I get support on this. But clear, definitive numbers, not words that are shall, this estimated, what is other than what? Not only for me as I'm reading it, anybody else who's reading it. That's my reading comprehension. Like, okay, what does that even mean? So I'm not in favor of approving this budget resolution this evening. And I would like to see more. Is my time up? How much more time do I have?
You've got about 45 seconds.
Okay, and my second thing is with service contracts. I do see that you gave me the service contracts, which is yes. However, I do not see, I have to go back and look to see where these are yeses and the budget that was presented to us before with the service contract dollar value and put them together. Because I know for a fact that there are certain contracts that are going on within departments, and I just want to be clear. What contracts do we have now? What is essential and what is not? I didn't want just a list of essential. I mean, we have auditors coming in, you know, we have different services that are being procured through a contract, and I need a visibility to see that, and I want that to be transparent. And I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong. I want to see for myself, because there was a time where we as council made a decision thinking that we had all the information here, and we didn't, and we're being faulted because we didn't ask the right questions. So I'm asking the right questions, and I'm lesson learned, and I'm asking those questions.
Mayor
I want to
Bennett.
see every single time. 3 minutes, okay. Counselor Gore.
I'll pick you up from the rear. You want to see everything because one of the issues that's prompting us to do this vote is the salaries that was mentioned. What was brought up in the mid-year salaries, people who paid attention and watched the previous meetings and was mentioned tonight, council approved something that was different than what was implemented, and that resulted in a gap. So it is not our fault that we approved something that did not provide us with the accurate financial information. There may not be any errors with how it was implemented, but there are errors in what was calculated and brought to us for approval. So, and every time we have brought it up, the comments have been, oh, we should have did this, we should have that. No. So case in point, that's an example what the mayor's talking about. Just as a reminder, the budget is a legal document. It should be in ordinance form. We've been dinged on that recently, so it needs to go to the city attorney, Mr. Byerly, before it's being brought back to us as an ordinance, a budget ordinance. So it means the attorney approves it. Number two, in terms of the points the mayor made about the budget transfers, Section 24 is also another spot in the resolution that needs to be clearly defined that limits transfers between funds, and that was the original point of concern. The other point I want to raise, as you saw, obviously I kept trying not to talk, that's when the motion on the floor, because here, the bottom line is this. I think there is an overwhelming majority that will support this, and people who follow council meetings knows we have not always agreed on stuff. So for potentially 5 people to agree on this resolution should let people know that clearly we all feel that there's concerns. That's number one. Number two, the points raised in the bullet point document was points raised at the meetings that different people said was their hard stops. So they're put together so we can have a compromise, which is what people should be asking for. We usually get dinged because we don't get along, we yell at each other. Now we come together with the plan, then it's also a bad thing. But if you pay attention to other meetings of council, this is done every other time with other issues. It is just different this time because of who's doing it. If it wasn't us doing it, it would be okay. And that's just facts.
Yep.
And then also, the other point I want the citizens to remember, if they go back to previous council meetings, you will notice that almost all of our budget meetings were canceled the day of the meeting. So we did not have a chance to talk often about the budget. And when Vice Mayor Parton said we said our concerns, we said our asks, we did, and we still never got what we were asking for. And even when those meetings were canceled, there was opportunity for leadership to join us via Zoom so we can still have the meeting, and that did not happen. So now here we are. We gotta do what we gotta do. Because at the end of the day, people are elected us to be in positions. Call for the vote.
Oh, my goodness. I have,
Ready to go.
there's a call for the vote on the floor. Counselor Pelham, did you speak twice already?
No.
She did, okay.
Oh, you made me forget. Well, anyway, I guess she said her things. The budget is, Mr. Terry, the 10%, do you know right off whether or not that would include any layoffs? That's not what the council is
The
requesting.
motion says not to impact that.
Okay, so you understand that, right?
Say that again, ma'am?
We're not calling for the deductions that were cut into personnel.
Not asking for layoffs.
You realize that 10% is $5.5 million.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So you got personnel in-
Well, anyway, so I would say is that that's not a part of the motion, up to 10% or maybe between 5 and 10, but I'm just saying, the departments have never been challenged to reduce their spending. All the city council has done since I've been on council is raise taxes or either use federal or state money and local increase in taxes to fulfill budget requirements. So let the people that work in the departments every day get paid well, challenge them to cut their spending. I think the citizens would appreciate that. And since that's who we represent, I would think all of us would want to do that. We'll see from the vote which ones don't.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, there's a call for the vote on the floor. Roll call, please. It's a call for the vote, not voting on the motion.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Now the motion, does the motion have to be restated? Does anyone need the motion to be restated?
I don't.
Yeah, I'd like it. I never got the.
Restate
whole-
the motion, please.
Whole
We
point.
don't have the sheet, but
Right.
Read it out loud.
All right.
You can read it out loud, right? We can hear you.
Restate the motion, please.
Move to approve an operating budget with the following requirements. 10% reduction that does not impact service contracts, public safety, and infrastructure. Eliminate out-of-city vehicle use for personal use. Reduce credit cards to 1 per department for departments that currently have credit cards, and eliminate the ability to add new credit cards to city's roster. Prohibits filling of full-time positions with the exception of public service for positions that are currently vacant that were not previously filled in FY 2021. And public service, it says with the exception of public service, salary, and essential personnel.
That'll be the treasurer.
Reduces the economic development line item budget to only include previously approved incentives, rent, and approved obligations. Eliminate the city manager contingency fund. Do not fund the assistant city manager position. Prohibit the transfer of money between funds from the general fund to the city's adopted operating budget and capital improvement budget. Funds the city council communication line item at FY 19 and FY 20 funding levels, 3,000 per ward equals 21,000 total. Does not use ARPA funds to balance budget. Eliminate travel for training for certifications. Can I ask for clarification on that?
It's to eliminate travel with the exception of training and certifications.
Okay, with the exception of,
Training for certification.
Yeah,
Certifications.
yeah.
Training for certification.
okay. Hope Well Water Renewal Capital Budget, 10.3 million. Do a work session for the $8 million water renewal building and ask for the city manager and the finance director to report back on the 29th.
I have a point of
Claire.
information I'd like to ask. So I can be clear to, okay, Vice Mayor Parton, you called the motion. On the 29th, are we presenting the budget? Are we voting on the budget with these things coming back? I mean, what is actually happening?
So, I mean,
right now? Where are you at?
I fully expect a budget resolution to come back that's balanced, that has the necessary cuts in it.
Okay, my second question, point of information. I just want to be clear about that 10.3 million. We're saying 10.3 million and then come back and talk about 8 million?
Yeah, so it ends up, the building ends up being on hold, and we have a work session to discuss it with the commission.
Yeah, so it won't be approved within this budget. It won't be approved.
yeah, it
Right,
is.
so it's approved, but the money sits there until the work session.
You're approving it.
You can,
I have a point of
it
information.
should be in the draft, but it's.
So I just
Yeah.
want to be clear. I'm sorry, my point of information. So we're keeping an capital budget in the Hopewell Water Renewal Fund at 1.8. Because right now, what I'm looking at, I don't
That's
see
what-
1.8. I see 1.8, I don't see 10.3.
Correct. What the city manager proposed and what the capital subcommittee approved on a 5-2 vote was for 10.3 million. And then the commission decided not to go with that and voted for 1.8.
Okay,
So what I'm asking for is for staff's recommendation and the capital subcommittee's recommendation to be what the resolution is based off of.
okay,
For consideration.
Right,
okay.
right, because that's what we're having the work session for.
Do you have a point of information?
Yes, ma'am.
Point of information?
Yes. Point of information.
We can only have point of information.
Okay, information is when you said except for in the first resolution at 10%, does that mean we're not cutting personnel? Can that be more cleaner?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's what, I mean, that was the assumption that I had
No,
with
we can't
it.
make no assumption.
That'd be clear.
You just-
So let's just do the second, just add literally personnel to. the
Okay.
first one.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yes,
So we're just adding personnel to that 10% reduction?
Yes.
Mm-hmm,
to exclude.
Exclude?
yeah.
Exclude personnel.
Okay.
Current personnel.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, and the other one is that essential personnel, that includes the treasurer's position, correct?
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about what this city has to have to function, not jobs that are not critical to the functioning of day to day.
So, I mean, for him, he would need to know, does that include the treasurer, when you,
Isn't
Mr.
it-
Tippett?
No, it's, yeah,
It didn't include new positions because she's coming to present to us in July. The clerk just clarified.
Point of
confirmed that
information.
This morning.
Mhm.
So
You're
she's
after.
not coming.
You're after Counselor Denton.
So the treasurer is scheduled to talk about her office needs and to give her a report on her assessment of what she saw, in terms of fixes, what was requested at the budget meeting, and it was scheduled for July. So at that time, we can talk about her position in her presentation. And Ms. Best, did you not confirm that with me earlier?
Yes, I asked you, was July good for the meeting with the treasurer? Yes, and
Okay.
Shannon and I will talk about that.
Counselor Denton, you have a point of information?
Point of information. I want, Vice Mayor Pardon, is the 8.5 million approved with this budget?
the $8.5 million
Is
was,
it in the budget?
in this resolution, no, it's not in there. That's
No,
what
I
he
know
is,
in that one, but the
that's
one-
what he said. What I'm asking for is yes, for approval, and it is on hold until we have the work session completed and we discuss it. Because everyone apparently wants to, discuss it, which I have no problem with, because I think, your objection to it will be, reversed when you see the benefits of it. As the Capital Committee said on a 5-2 vote.
That's all? They,
The Capital Subcommittee approved it. And the Commission
and
said
the
no.
commission said no,
Correct.
and you're putting it back in. So I just
Yes.
want to make sure that you're putting it back in.
Yes,
As a recommendation.
exactly.
Right? Counselor Randolph, you have a point of information.
Yes, ma'am. My point of information is this. I think with Mayor Bennett, you asked for a lot of clarity on the resolution, and I am not finding that we are giving the same clarity in this motion so that everybody knows what's supposed to come out of it, that we expected the finance director to give us on the resolution. So I'm just going to state that.
Oh, motion on the floor still.
There is a motion on the floor, but I'd like to ask a point of information. Were you, when should we receive those recommendations prior to the next meeting? I don't want to, I have to take time to read it.
Immediately.
I don't know what immediately is. I think that they need a hard date because I don't want to read it the day of or the day before.
That's up
Okay.
to
So
staff.
Yeah, I mean,
up
that's
to
for
them
Mr. Terry to give us,
Well, I just would like to know when I would receive this information so I can make the best decision possible.
That's up to staff.
It's, okay. All right, well then, that's it.
Well, Madam Mayor,
If you want.
Just a point of information. Mr. Terry, when would you be able to give back, come back to us before the date of the 29th? So we can have that information in our hands and we can be prepared.
With what I know now, where my staff will be at between now and the 28th and where 27th, and where I will not be here and staff will be here, we really won't be able to have this information to you almost until the 29th because we have pushed back a whole host of items. And we're at the close of the fiscal year and we have other agencies. So I got people that I know will not be able to respond to this in the next 6 days, including myself. So we're gonna have to do some cramming. So to give you, can we have it back tomorrow or Thursday? No, I know we will not,
can we move the,
period. period.
Do you think we can get it the day before the meeting?
28th?
I will, as usual, I will do my best to do that. But I'm telling you now, with the request and the level and what you're looking for, it's just not me you're looking at. That acting city manager has to call upon every director, and they're gonna have to sit down, and with the constraints that you put in that is not built, that's not people, they're gonna have to have time to go back and look at it, because the assumption that's being made today is that we have not done what you're asking to do. So what we'll have to do is come back and say, here's where you're not gonna have services anymore, like what was recommended by one department, eliminate services. I cannot tell you how we can compile that, but we will compile it. But I can't give you now, because we got to figure out who's not gonna be here, what has to happen, who we have to communicate with. So,
Can we
just
meet on the
being
30th?
straight up honest with you.
What, if we,
Okay,
is
there's
the
a-
30th too late to meet?
There is a motion on the floor.
There's a point of information, another one from Counselor Gore.
I just want to remind everybody, we have a motion on the floor. And also, Mr. Barley, for information, were there meetings with directors today to give us their 10% cuts for this
I
meeting?
met with the directors today to see if they had budget cuts. I did not ask.
Right,
them
no,
to,
I'm saying, but-
I met with the directors today, yes.
Exactly. So with the example provided, if we had a meeting tonight and meetings we had today about cuts, surely the same thing can happen for this request, especially when some of the stuff we've been asking for have already been asked previously. So just a reminder about that. I'm fine with the 30th, moving it if council is willing to have a friendly amendment as well, but there is a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Were you fine to say the
Yeah.
29th or 30th?
29th or 30th, I'm fine, but I mean, to sit there and say that,
Is there-
you know,
wait,
this
there-
is some,
Are
you
you
know, new
accepting?
request. I mean, this request has been here for months now.
Thank you.
And we are
Yes.
literally 9 days away. And I'm sorry, Mr. Byerly, that you're coming into this,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Not your fault.
it isn't. It really isn't. I
So
mean,
accept the
this
friendly
has been asked for months. And, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, it's about time to start holding feet to the fire. I mean, at some point, you know, you've got to realize that when there are, you know, economic policy decisions that are made and economic, you know, thoughts that are put out there, that you have to listen to them. You just can't ignore them because you don't like them. There's a lot of things I don't like in this world, but I don't sit there and ignore
Point of
them.
order.
Yes.
You know what? Call for
Yes.
the vote.
Call-
Let-
The friendly amendment was the 29th and 30th, and you accepted it, correct?
yeah, either one.
Is everyone clear? Thank you,
Yes.
Ms. Best. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph.
No.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
No.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes
Motion
5
to
to 2.
adjourn.
So, second.
All in favor?
Aye. Opposed?
Are we adjourned?
Any opposed?
I want to say.
Opposed,
No.
We're joking.
I'm opposed to journey. We need to talk some more.
No.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. I'm about to go.
By the way, it took them a week to get prepared for the meeting.
Of the motion? Yes, I will.
No, today. He'll tell you, it took a week to get
Terry,
I will.
what's gonna happen
It's not my problem.
in the night we'll